all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. World Bank got a good start and sends out for the lead. Princess Wood Dodley and Ballora also setting for the front end. 3 across the track early on, then a space of about 3 lengths to TD McGee in second last, and 2.5 to Admiral Soul, who trails the field. Ballora with 3 furlongs to go expands the lead to a length and a half. Princess Wood Dodley in chase mode second. World Bank under a drive in third. TD McGee improving up the inside, now claiming third, but 7 lengths off the lead. And Admiral Soul's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. But Laurel comes off the turn, leading by about 2 lengths over Princess Wood Dodley. The 6-5 favorite outside second. TD McGee's up the inside third, 4 lengths off the lead, 1 furlong to go. Ballora drifting about. It's Princess Wood Dodley taking advantage of the situation. Princess Wood Dodley getting the upper hand late. Princess Wood Dodley victorious over Ballora. And then it was TD McGee and Admiral board in 22 minutes at 1:25 p.m. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Bad Connection and Isle Storm. These two sprint out for the early lead. Follow Your Arrow right behind the leaders. Had to wait off a horse's heels just momentarily. Is in third to the outside of Amalada Lady. Then 3 lengths back to Mrs. Bell in second last, and 3 parts of a length to the gray. Fidalia, who's at the tail of the field. Isle Storm, Bad Connection, Spar for the lead. In third, Follow Your Arrow in the 3 path and 2.5 lengths off the lead. Amalada Lady, red blinkers towards the inside in a ground-saving mode in fourth. 3 lengths back to Mrs. Bell in second last, and a space of 4 to Fidalia, who's deep on the course at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Isle Storm, who hunks the inside, has the lead by 5. Follow Your Arrows now up into a joint second with Amalada Lady. Mrs. Bell's in fourth, 1 furlong to go. Isle Storm, the lead's about 4 over Follow Your Arrow and Amalada Lady and Mrs. Bell. They come down to the winning line. It's Isle Storm in front. Follow Your Arrow gets second over Amalada Lady, and then it was Mrs. Bell fourth. Double $32.38, exacta $22.70. Trifecta $14.96. Dime Super $7.13. And they're off. Step tardy, Florida Flower. It's the gray, Tasty Wave, who accelerates out for the front end. Timely Reward shadows that one outside in second. Then a couple lengths back to Florida Flowers out of last up into third. And Kaz Music's in the fourth and trailing position. 2 distinct flights and about 6.5 from top to bottom as they make the entry into the turn. It's Timely Reward to the outside, a Tasty Wave. They're clear by 5. Florida Flower niggled upon to keep up in third, and 2 more lengths back to Kaz Music and Trails. First quarter mile, 22 and a fifth as they pass the quarter pole. A battle between Tasty Wave and Timely Reward as they turn into the home stretch. Kaz Music's to the inside of Florida Flower as Kaz Music is about 5 lengths off the lead and closing in. 1 furlong to go. Tasty Wave on top by 2 lengths over Timely Reward as Kaz Music is on the outside up in the second, 2 lengths off the lead and lunging late. Kaz Music, Tasty Wave leads. Tasty Wave holds over Kaz Music. Then it was Timely Reward. $8.84, the Winning Mutual. Daily Double, $174.52. Exacta, $72.96. 4 all in the gate. And they're off. It's Disco Dancer broke the best, but Racer X has some speed. Here's Sir Cartwright on the extreme outside, sticking the head in front. Racer X in second, Nico's Yellow Colors in third, Disco Dancer shuffled fourth, then 3.5 lengths back to Gimme Gimme, mid-flight in fifth, in 2 in front of Sweet Tone, who's about 3 lengths in front of Connect the Brox, who's at the back of the pack, 3 furlongs to go. It's Sir Cartwright on top, the lead's 2 lengths. Racer X nudged upon in second. Nico sweeps up to the outside in third, now up into a joint second. A margin of about 6 lengths back to Sweet Tone, improving a little bit in fourth as they turn into the stretch. Sir Cartwright, the first to face us, comes off the turn, leading by 2. Nico's under left-handed pressure second. Racer X, 1 paced in third, and then in fourth, Sweet Tone. They run to the 16th pole. Sir Cartwright on top by 2 lengths over Nico's, who's chasing but not catching. Sir Cartwright, victorious over Nico's. Sweet Tone third, Racer X fourth. On the 5, Ironman Ira. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race number 5 at about 20. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Samurai Legacy edging out for the lead. Paint the Lines up the inside in second. Buck Wild Extreme outside third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Invaluable Will now threading his way through traffic up into the third spot. Fifth place belongs to Ironman Ira, gap of about 4 to Henry III, is about 2.5, 3 in front of Retail Man, who's at the back. 3 furlongs to go. Samurai Legacy on top, the leads 2 lengths. Invaluable Will and Paint the Line, the nearest pursuers, second and third. A space of 4 lengths to Buck Wild deep on the course in fourth. Ironman Ira towards the inside fifth. Henry III's in second last as they turned into the stretch. 3 across the track. Invaluable Will with a 3 wide bid, but it's Paint the Line who got through towards the inside, and Paint the Line assumes command in upper stretch and strides away by 3 lengths over Invaluable Will and Samurai Legacy second and third. Henry III running on late fourth, 16th to go. It's Paint the Line. Paint the Line is home free. Paint the Line by 3.5. Henry III rallies for second. Invaluable Will third. Fourth, owner-trainer Manuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Murphy and Richard Swim bred Paint the Line. $7.56 the winning mutual. Double $11.26. And they're off. Great start for Classy West, who opens up by a couple lengths and 50 yards. It's Funny Forecast, the nearest pursuer in second to the inside of Nick's Factor, tracks in third. 2 more lengths to Fairweather Lover, mid-pack in fourth, a space of 5 lengths to Volamos to the outside of So True, who's at the tail of the field. Classy West into the turn, has a lead by about 3 over Nick's Factor, stalking in second as it's Funny Forecast towards the inside in third. Fairweather Lover outside fourth, no up into a joint third, but still 5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 5 lengths back to Volamo, who's in second last, and So True trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and Classy West comes off the turn, leading by 7 lengths. The gray Nick's Factor is in second. Fairweather Lover is outside of her in third, and Funny Forecast fourth. 16th to go. It's all Classy West. Classy West took an immediate lead out of the starting gate and rolled all the way on the front end to win by a comfortable distance. Nick's Factor comes back for second. Fairweather Lover third. Cents exacta $89.96. Trifecta $76.90. Super $43.95. Pick 444, $322.50. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Great start, Garofoli, who sends out for the lead. Squire Creek, though, has inside position and a lot of early speed and claims that lead. Ladies Golden Guy emerges in third. Cast a Coins in fourth, 6 lengths off the lead. A half length to Tacony Road. Then it's Hey Hey Harry towards the inside in 6. A gap of about 6 lengths back to Uranium, who's to the inside of Mayhem in the Palace at the tail of the field and about 14 lengths off the lead. On the turn, it's Squire Creek. Garofoli comes to tackle outside in second. Ladies Golden Guy nudged to punt in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of about 6 lengths back to Hey Hey Harry fourth. Cast a Coins in fifth. Tacony Road wide in sixth as they turn into the stretch. Garofoli is stuck the black blinkers in front of Squire Creek in upper stretch. Ladies Golden Guy races in third. They run to the 16th pole. It's Garofoli trying to get away from Squire Creek in deep stretch. Garofoli and Squire Creek. It's Garofoli. The Canadian Invader wins over Squire Creek. Ladies Golden Guy. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Stella Brown who dashes out for the early lead. Sugar rides up the inside. And then it is Esther's Salad as they sort themselves out. Stella Brown has the lead. Cue the music on her outside in second. Sugar Ride towards the inside third. Esther's Salad backpedals a little bit in fourth. Grand Golden Road outside of her in fifth. A space of about 3.5 lengths to Out of the Cloud is to the outside of Jay's Love, who's at the tail of the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Cue the Music, who's the target. Comes off the turn, but drifting out wide, has the lead by a couple lengths. Sugar Ride, white blinkers, comes to engage outside in second. Stella Brown drops back. Grand Golden Road now up into third, 4 lengths off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. Cue the Music, the lead's a length and a half over Sugar Ride in second. Grand Golden Road in third. In deep stretch, it's Cue the Music. Cue the Music in the nightcap. Close for second between Sugar Ride, who's to the inside. $6.68 the winning mutual. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. Got 8 races scheduled. Track is listed as fast. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, scratch number 2, Anointed Spirit. Number 2, Anointed Spirit's a scratch from the first. Second race, late work for number 4, No Filter. Workout took place at Belmont on the training track, May 5th, 3 furlongs, fast surface, 37.25 breezing. Third race, no changes. No changes in race 3. Race number 4. Scratch number 4, Coach Patino. Number 4, Coach Patino, a scratch from the 4th. Fifth race, number 1, Joe G23, 1 over. Number 6, Runaway Roscoe, 1 over. Number 2, Renaissance Man is a colt. Renaissance Man is a colt, not a gelding. Race 6. No changes. No changes in race 6. Race 7, do have a couple scratches. Scratch number 1, Moongate. Scratch number 3, Juliana's Dream. Moongate, Juliana's Dream, 1 and 3, both scratched from race 7. 8th and final, scratch number 4, Addison's Dream. Number 4, Addison's Dream's a scratch from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes. Want to remind everyone, live racing at Finger Lakes this week will be today, obviously, since we're here, and Tuesday. No live racing this Wednesday. But starting next week, it does look good that we'll have racing action Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And first post this time of year is at 12:55 p.m. Eastern. And a reminder that Finger Lakes past performances are free online for every racing card. Go to fingerlakesgaming.com. Just click the racing tab, the plus sign, and then free digital programs tab to download your complimentary copy today. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. There I am. We got 8 races on today's card. We are running Monday and Tuesday this week. We did cancel Wednesday. We are scheduled to go Monday through Wednesday next week, but only 2 days of live racing this week. We got this Monday card as well as tomorrow's card all set to go. No live racing on Wednesday. Next live day will be Monday. Just a couple weeks away is Memorial Day. It's a big day here at the races as we have the first stakes race of the season, the George Barker. Just kind of ran the preview of it the other day. Some good efforts in that race. I wonder if any of those horses are going to be coming back. Yeah, we got a lot going on that day, including the return of the Karuba's Chicken Barbecue. Hard to believe. We do ask any mutual tellers to keep some distance from the barbecue, at least early in the day. Yeah, that chicken barbecue was probably one of the best we've had last year, I thought. Really good. Well, who's started out well? We've only had a few days of racing so far, as we are at the early part of the meet. Doesn't even feel like spring yet. Is just hoping for it to warm up a little bit here in Western New York. But Oscar Gomez having a good day the other day. Louis Perez also having a good start to the season. But Gomez currently leads all jockeys with 4 victories. Usually does good in the spring. Good, aggressive, strong rider. Paul Barrow off to a good start. He's got 5 wins on the young meet as far as the top trainer is concerned so far. We got a fast track today. There is a chance of some rain. It seems like every day gets a little gloomy. They say April showers, May flowers. I think it's the opposite this year. The May showers hopefully leads to a really nice summer here in Western New York. Hope so. Well, the first race today is pretty good. Remember, we do start off with the fast track. So if you're going to do any kind of off-track handicapping, kind of keep an eye on if the rain does come in or not later in the day. I don't think so. I'm hoping not. It's supposed to pour the last day we ran, last Tuesday. And lucky I held off till after the races. Sometimes that happens. Okay, we scratched the 2, Anointed Spirit. Now this does feature one of the horses that are up for Horse of the Year. Olazabal, the 1 horse, is up for Horse of the Year. There's 3 of them that are nominated. I think the votes, I think I was too late to get my votes in, but I think the votes are already in, so not sure who's going to win it. You had Olazabal, one of the top contenders, obviously. Z-End, the filly, I think she runs tomorrow. I think Z-End is running tomorrow. And then, was it King's Leap? What was the 3rd one? I think Olazabal has a realistic chance. Not sure how the votes come in. Now, this is a tough race, though. Olazabal coming off the layoff. Remember, he came in here last year with a little bit of fitness. He actually got better. It's usually the opposite happens. But he got really good as the year went on. Made a lot of starts. But he did have 7 victories on the season. I'd say he's got a good chance to be Horse of the Year. I do think he's got his hands full here. It is, like I said, it is his first start. Does show a nice bullet work. But, I mean, I'm not going against East Coast Girl at 5 furlongs. I just can't do it when he's so quick from the gate. Maybe he's getting mad they call him East Coast Girl when it's originally. The last race wasn't so good in Aqueduct, but you know how tough that was? He was unable to get a clear lead, and that's the key for this horse, to get the lead. I remember I tried to beat him with Puckish the last race because it was 6 furlongs and he was going to get some early pressure. And Puckish did put it right. It was really close. But East Coast Girl, even at 6 furlongs, able to hold on. I was more impressed that he was able to, despite the pressure. Well, this is 5 furlongs today. Again, like Olazabal, he's off the layoff. Hasn't run since that race at Aqueduct in December. Shows a 47 work leading up to this race. He's the speed of the speed. He's won at the distance. I'm going to take him on top. Yeah, I can't follow Olazabal. I don't know how sharp he's going to be. Remember, I haven't seen him off the layoff. That's the issue for Olazabal. They kept him running last year, and it seemed like he got better with every start. So when they stretched him out, I think this horse really wants to go long. He looked great winning the last route race. So, I mean, obviously he's pretty versatile. He could go short or long, and we haven't ridden any or had any route races so far this season. But I like to see as this horse gets a few starts in him and then stretches out, he's going to have an awfully good 2026 as well. But, you know, this is where it starts. These are kind of prep races for these horses getting out for the first time. So you can't get carried away betting horses off the layoff because they may not run that same number or same race last year because they're not as sharp as they were. Though he does have some nice works coming in. The 5 Keegs, what can you say? He's a little cheaper than the other two, but all he does is win races. One of the things you can say with Keegs, or Kegs, however you want to say it, he had 5 wins in 2025, already had a win at Tampa. Again, they're cheaper claimers, but yeah, he was mostly a 5,000 claimer last year. But he means business here, putting him into the starter allowance. I think this horse, he's coming out of a starter at Tampa. That race was probably a little bit tougher than, I don't want to say it's tougher, because Olazabal and East Coast Girl probably would have done pretty well in that starter down in Tampa. But there are some question marks about those two horses coming off the layoff since the end of 2025, where Kiggs is going to have a little bit of a fitness edge, having run some of those races at Tampa, and he's going to play tracker here. You got to think East Coast Girl's going to the front. Olazabal and Saybrook are going to try to keep up with East Coast Girl early. Kiggs, he likes to stay close, but he might be in a good position in this race if these other horses come up a little bit short, coming off the layoff, and that's the key. He's got that fitness edge. The other ones maybe a little classier, and were a little better last year. But I'm going to go with the 4, 1, and 5. I think Saybrook might be another one to consider using in here. Claimed for $10,000 coming in here from Tampa for Talia Ricci. So that's another one to consider, but he's another one that's kind of a need to the lead type. And I don't know if anybody's as fast as East Coast Girl if that one's on his game. I think he's getting tired of being called a girl. Maiden race is the second. This one goes a distance of 5 furlongs. Very lightly raced horses, so there's certainly some question marks here. You got No Filter, who is a 5-year-old with only 2 starts. Lord King, just a 3-year-old, looks to be the speed of the race. Now, 5 furlongs isn't much further than 4.5. That the front speed types should have the advantage here. And I think the speed of the speed is Lord King. Problem is, and this is my only problem for the horse, I know these King for days have been pretty decent. At least on the dam side, even though that's Freud, could do either dirt, short, long, whatever, turf. This one's strongly bred for the turf. Actually, the dam of this horse was a stakes place on the turf. So I would think, at least in the future, they would consider putting this horse on the turf. It may not matter here because speed is the name of the game, and he obviously has good enough form on the dirt. Numbers are good enough to win here. But I would love to see this horse run these sprints on the turf, according to his breeding. They haven't even tried it yet. They said the 4-horse, No Filter, well bred. So it's a tapiture. Only 2 career starts. Here's a horse at age 5. There's a half to a horse called Having a Meltdown. Of course, we've all had a few meltdowns, especially recently. Of course, Having a Meltdown was a multiple graded stakes winner as a young horse, as a 2-year-old. The Dam's a half to 3 stakes winners. A lot of good breeding, especially on that dam side for No Filter. So I could see this one improving, and maybe being an older horse, he's a little more seasoned and a little more filled out, and that could turn into an advantage here. But you don't usually like to see 5-year-olds only making their 3rd start. And I don't know if he's as fast as Lord King. according to the early fractions of his first 2 races. We'll find out. He might just be better than Lord King and chase him down. Okay, you got a firster with the 6, Milkshake. You got a second-time starter with the 3, Captain Zane. Now, Captain Zane did break slowly in his debut and actually ran very well from an outside post to run 3rd that day. Better start, improved race. Wouldn't be crazy to see this horse in the winner's circle. Milkshake's another one to consider here. Leading trainer Paul Barrow, out of an unraced dam. The dam is a half to 3 multiple stakes winner, including, remember, Senbai. I mean, some good ones on that dam side. Probably wants to go a little bit longer than the 5 furlongs today, but this barn's been pretty good with first-time starters. And they're not afraid to put them in for maiden claimers, so I think it's a good sign that they're starting in a special weight. Trying to get the New York bred money. Okay, we go to the 3rd race. The 3rd race, you could bring back the pick 6. 3rd race, we got the pick 3 and call it a midday pick 4. I like Rockin' Money. I mean, I didn't like him last time. He took a lot of early play. I think he was even the morning line favorite last race. I just didn't like him. Coming off the layoff with speed in the race, I think I had the winner. Prince of Dance was actually a good price. But I didn't think Rockin' Money ran bad at all. He ran very well, considering it was his first start off the layoff. He was coming in with some bullet works, and then they backed off him a little bit with another Breeze in the Morning. And I just think that he probably needed a race. You don't see too many Ferraro Jr. horses needing races because they're coming up from Tampa. But this horse last work at Tampa was in March, was working over the track, hadn't raced all winter. But again, I thought the race was pretty decent, made a nice move chasing the pace. Now he's got to go a little further, 5 furlongs. The speed is suspect here. You got some speed horses like Magic Beach, Savage State, DOGG. They are, I just realized what that name means. Just saying it, DOGG. Is that like Snoop Dogg? It's questionable speed as far as how fast these horses are. Rockin' Money could put himself anywhere in this race with Cabercoa. He could be on the front with those other ones or just sit right behind him and chase by him. Now, he does have some seconds and thirds. He's been known to hang every once in a while, but I do think he's a little bit better than these horses he's in against today as far as the 2 lifetime allowance, making his second start off the layoff. Go with him on top. Mention the DOGG. The DAWG? I don't know. Was coming in from Charlestown, so had a little bit of a fitness edge coming in last time, and actually gave the big favorite a run for his money. That was Frickin' Frack, who was a heavy favorite. I think was coming in from New York or something, and had all the credentials to win the race, was a heavy favorite, and did win, but DOGG hung in there pretty well, got the lead. It wasn't like he had an easy lead in real slow fractions. He had to work a little bit. So if he can repeat that performance today, I could see this horse being a factor. And Savage State's another one with speed, with tactical speed. Showed really good speed in the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes last year, just chasing and holding ground. It's a good effort. He's another one. Did he need his last race? Because if he can improve off of that race, again, he'd be eligible for a restricted 3-year-old race. But he was in against the Olders this condition last time and ran decently. He was up with the pace and just faded late. If he could be sharp or second start off the layoff, he could be tough. Some of these 3-year-olds, it's a tough move. First start of the season going against the older horses in allowance conditions when you're running against the 2-year-olds last year who were putting up numbers like 5,000 claimers in a sense. So some of them improve into the 3-year-old season and are able to do it, and then some of them aren't. But I thought that horse ran okay. 4th race, scratch one of my favorite coaches, Coach Patino. How do you not like Coach Patino? I think everybody does. This is a tricky race, and it's hard to like sit here and say, wow, this horse looks good. This horse looks like the winner. This horse looks like the winner. You can't. I actually took a shot on a first-time starter. And you're only left with 5 betting interests with the Italian coach out. But I like the breeding on Propitious. I don't know if I said it right. But Clement has been very good overall. I mean, percentage-wise, the horses that are running the same as his father. I mean, they're doing just as well. So he's done a great job. And this one's just better bred than the rest of this field. You look at the breed, the dam only had 5 starts in her career. She won 3 of them and got second in another one. Well, why is that significant? Because the 3 wins in the 5 starts that she had were all stakes victories. And then the other one, she had a second in a stakes race as well. So the dam was really good, is what I'm saying. And the works are okay. Now the half of this one, although I don't have a problem with whoever the halves are because the dam was so good. Timeless Journey was a multiple stakes winner, although that one was more long, but I don't think that matters because the dam did a lot of her work in short races. So I'm going to lean towards the first-time starter here, the 5 Propitious. I don't know if I said that right. Propitious? It's not Italian. I don't know how to pronounce it. Got a little bit of a price for second. I'm going to go with the 1 Rideshare. Showed absolutely nothing last year as a 2-year-old, but started out against restricted 3-year-olds last time. Had a kind of a stumble at the start and still ran extremely well against a pretty decent field of 3-year-olds. The time was okay for the day, and I think the horse might have improved just filling out as a 3-year-old and going first-time Lasix. Well, now he's going against tougher again. You're going from a restricted 3 off the layoff, but he should be actually sharper second start off the layoff. It might be up for the task to face the older horses today. And again, you only got 4 other horses in here. I think a couple of them are 3-year-olds. So it's not like a big move up. Okay, there's 2 5-year-olds in here. The other 2 are 3-year-olds. So it isn't that big of a move up for Rideshare. So I'm going to put him right there. Any improvement could get him in the winner's circle. Now, it's a good thing Rodney's not on the show with me. I'd have to talk about Wisecracker and Rodney guaranteeing that the horse wouldn't hit the board. Well, I think Chris Progno's still looking for him. Actually, Wisecracker should be sharper. I mean, that horse got a shot if he's able to get the front end. I think the pace is going to matter here a lot. Gallant Creek is going to have a fitness edge on these rivals, running at Charlestown in the bull ring there at the short 4.5 furlong distance. A little further here, 5 furlongs, but he's hitting the board against their maiden claimers, and then last time against their maiden special weights. That's good enough to put him in the top 3 against this field. Pace is going to matter. Interesting to see who actually gets the front in here. Wisecracker didn't show any sprint speed last time. Maybe one of these 2 first-time starters will provide the pace. I mean, the other one is a 3-year-old firster, Royal Zorro. I like those honest mischief, so it's another one to consider in the 4th. Remember, that one starts the pick 5. The late pick 5, obviously no carryover. There is a carryover if nobody hits it. Okay, 5th race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5 furlongs. Got a bunch of them coming out of the same race. I don't know, this time of year, I always like that when you get towards the middle of the year, the horses' form aren't going to change from the last time, so you just look for rough trips, who got the worst of it, who was better when they come out of the same race. It's a big advantage from a gambling and handicapping standpoint. This time of year, it doesn't mean as much because some of the horses have a fitness edge or a tactical edge at the shorter distances. They won't run the same exact race as they did the prior start. With that said, I didn't see a lot of pace in here for 5 furlongs. I'm hoping my former co-host, Jackie Davis, on the drop in class, and it's a big drop, can get Hoity Maroney to the front end and just not look back. Really, where's the other speed come from? Maybe Midnight Musum? Mazoom? I don't know how you say that one. It's Kentucky bred. Probably has some speed. But I thought the speed, the true sprint speed at 5 furlongs, should come from the drop down. Hoity Maroney. Hopefully he could go gate to wire. I mean, the drop alone should make him competitive. I don't know if his last race, even against the special weights, is good enough to beat these. But if he gets out there with a tactical edge, facing so much easier, dropping in class to 5, he might just go all the way. Another one that might show more speed is the 6, Runaway Roscoe. Now this one's 6-1 morning line. Will go first time Lasix for this race, making his first Finger Lakes start. Now he's been overmatched in New York and not really showing anything in those races. What did he beat, like 2 horses in 3 starts? It's not really saying much. But I like the breeding on this horse, although I do think it might be a little bit more synthetic turf, at least on the dam side, although you do have Indian Charlie, who probably wants to go further. I noticed they did try this horse going a route in his second start and just didn't work out. But I think he's just a little overmatched, at least as a 2-year-old. It might be still learning the game. We say basically 3 starts as a 2-year-old, because that other 3-year-old race was in January. Was it like the first? So he's barely 3. But the full of this one, Roscoe Pine, had 2 wins on the synthetic and 1 win on the turf. Only in his offense, he only did have 1 start on the dirt. And this Ridgeling's got some pretty good breeding. I could see improving a lot, moving to the surroundings and dropping to 5,000. This is a significant drop. Horses can wake up in a hurry, especially horses that are well bred and have been overmatched against 50s and 30s. This is a different story when you're running against bottom 5,000. So that's 6-1. I think Runaway Roscoe's definitely worth a look. Now the favorite in the race is the one, Joe G23. I liked him last time, and I think he can improve off of that race. But I really didn't like the race that he ran. I know he got second. I just thought this race might actually be tougher than the race he comes out of. He did have a stumble at the start. He's had a little bit of an issue at the start the last couple of races. I don't know if it cost him the win, though. He was in perfect position behind the 2 dueling leaders. Granted, it was only 4.5, but he never picked up any ground on those 2. So he's going to have to run better than what he did last time. And second time over the track, that could very much happen. He's obviously a top 3 threat coming off a solid effort, although I expected him to win that race. And even though he had the stumble at the start, I just don't think it was an excuse why he lost. I got him 3rd. There's some other ones you can make a case for. Yeah, a bit Raggedy makes a drop in class. He's coming down from a special weight. Midnight Museum might show some speed, although Michael opts to go to Minister of Magic, the other Rachel Sells trainee. Although I don't know if that was a choice or not, because this is the owner's horse with a manual. I don't know, but both of them I thought had a shot in here. Again, these 5,000 maidens are usually the ones you want to look for a price. Although I didn't see a lot of speed in here, and that's why I'm going to land on Hoity Maroney. It sounds Italian. I don't know what it means. Probably a name. All right, number 1-3 condition is the 6th race. 5 furlongs is a trend lately. Well, we know where the speed comes from. Scales of Gold and Henry's Hope. Maybe more so Scales of Gold, but he's way out there. So I thought Henry's Hope might be able to survive it, considering Scales of Gold is off the layoff. That maybe he can hold the rail on Scales of Gold, or at least take over from Scales of Gold and keep going in this race. His last race isn't bad. He was in for the waiver claim. He's again in for the waiver claim, as you get 2 shots at the waiver claim to start off the season. He was in a 3-horse fight for the lead. There were 3 of them just out there. I think he was in between horses. the whole time before giving way. And I think it was a tougher race in that 1 in 6 months condition. He hung in there the whole way against some really good speedballs. Saratoga Banker is quick. He had some back class. The horse Back to Realities that Sofia Vivas was on, that horse ran good too and had the rail. So he's stuck in between them. He was the one that faded out late. But he also could have got a little tired dueling like that, even though it's a short distance, because it was his first start of the season. I expect him to run better today. Second start of the season, second start off the claim. I think Aquilano probably liked the breeding on this horse. Don't blame him. You got a McLean's Music, then you got Tisnow on the dam side. See this horse go 7 furlongs to a mile. How about that? This will be a good miler. Henry's Hope. Kind of on top. Okay. Speaking of milers and distance, what Tapizar's Temper is going to be up against here is the short distance of 5 furlongs. Cutting way back from a mile to 5 furlongs. That's the bad news. The good news is the drop in class. This should be a lot easier than what he's been facing, and he certainly has enough fitness to beat this field. So if he could stay within range of these speedballs in this 5 furlong race, he might just be a little bit better than these horses and also fitter than these horses. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, obviously, the big question is the distance. 5 furlongs is awfully short for a horse like this that's used to going long. Listen, he ran 5.5 on the turf. Of course, he didn't do anything in that race either. Yeah, Scales of Gold is probably the speed of the speed. But Henry's Hope could be just as fast. So it may depend on how the break goes, if Scales of Gold can get to the lead, if he's staying. Now, he was good in the spring last year, if you remember. He won off the layoff. Won pretty easily to break his maiden against special weights off the layoff last year. Can he repeat that? I don't know. This is a tougher field. Maybe. So I'll go with 4-3-7. I'll throw Messi the Magician in there. Now, that horse was probably the gift of the year at 4-5, but he did have everything his way, but he expected to have everything his way. He kind of inherited the lead in a race lacking on any speed from his rail position. He's a good-looking horse. One thing I found out, Messi is a soccer player. I was thinking it was hockey for some reason. Probably Messier, who used to play for the Rangers. Messi is a soccer. You notice I don't follow soccer. It's not easy. Probably because you can't gamble on it, right? How you gamble on soccer? Hey, I'll bet on it finishes 1-0 or a 0-0 tie. Not too much fun there. Scratch the 1, Moongate out of the 7th. Scratch the 3, Juliana's Dream. Like Doris was talking about the last race, when you talk about Tempizar Temper, the question is the distance. Well, a horse like Bellicose in this race, she's obviously the horse to beat in the class of the race, but the question is going to be the layoff. Very, very lightly raced. She only ran 2 times in 2025. One of those races was a win off a layoff, so that's a positive sign. She was off from November to June, but her next race was maybe just overmatched, but couldn't put 2 together, and that's what it looks like. She just can't put 2 together. Well, she's off a layoff, and she's in against a lot easier when you consider this is a straight 3 lifetime allowance of Finger Lakes, and she's been against tougher. And her debut was impressive at Saratoga. And a lot of times that happens. You see a win like that, they get a little too ambitious, a little bit carried away. You beat a New York bred field, and then you try and put them in the grade 1. Well, what usually happens? Exactly what happened. She loses by 30 lengths. Then they tried her in a stakes race against New York bred, still a little bit outclassed, but she ran okay. At least it's a little bit of more competitive spot when you're in against fellow state breds than against grade 1 company. But you got to like the fact that she came off the layoff and won at Saratoga. Seems like she's the horse for the course at Saratoga. Maybe they're planning on taking her back there at some point. But this is easier. So if she's sharp enough here off of the layoff, coming off since August. Obviously, she can run off the layoff. She's just better than these horses. A lot of ifs, though, because of that. And, I mean, if she's 4-1, which she is morning line, I don't know if she's going to be because they scratched a couple of horses that were lower odds. I was still going to pick her. Whether Moongate or Juliana's Dream was in the race, I was still going to pick Bellicose, but for some reason they were lower odds. I used Eddie Marie for second. Eddie Marie, I don't know if that's supposed to be Edie Marie, because it doesn't sound like a filly name. She won the 2 Lifetime and didn't embarrass herself against the 3 Lifetimes. I think she was an improving filly last year. You notice that she started getting better. She was running well against the special weights, but competitive against the conditional allowance horses. And the last time that she ran in the mud, she just missed behind a horse that was the next out winner. So she was going good, and if she could continue that form off the layoff, she should be right there. I think the big question mark is the 2 Valentine Gift. You never want to give too much for Valentine's because the next year they're going to expect a lot more. You're always building up expectations. Anyway, Valentine Gift. She's coming off a layoff after running in New York. This will be the first start over the track. Murph's out to a pretty good start. And she was competitive against the one other thans in New York. And I guess when she did win the 2 Lifetime, it was against the 25,000s. So it makes sense that she would probably prefer those one other than bigger purse allowances in New York. So maybe not the most positive sign that she's running for 26,000 here. But very well bred by Bellamy Road. Obviously a threat here in race number 7. Again, a couple scratches, Moongate and Juliana's Dream. And the way he looked at that, when he first looked at the race, Juliana's Dream was one of only 2 horses to run in 2026. The other one, Mia Nipotina, the one that stays in, she won going 4.5, but I don't expect the pace to back up like it did for her last race. I think he just had a bunch of horses that weren't quite fit, that got tired, and Mia Nipotina took advantage of the situation. One thing to say about her, though, is she does have a fitness advantage again, because she is the only horse left in here, I believe, that's run in 2026. Also, it probably says more for Bellicose because all the rest of them are off the layoff as well, except for Mia Nipotina. I don't know if I'm saying that one right. All right, we're going to go the long distance of 5.5 furlongs in the last race. Scratch the 4, Addison's Dream. Guess what? I'm still going with the speed. I think that helps. I think it was a key scratch of Addison's Dream. Now, I don't think Addison's Dream's as fast as Painting Stones, but may have made Painting Stones work a little more to get the lead. Now it's kind of on Real to Leave, if that one has enough speed, especially with adding the blinkers, to keep Painting Stones from getting clear, easy, comfortable lead early. Because Real to Leave is kind of the only horse in here that shows any kind of early speed that's even close to Painting Stones. So although it's 5.5 furlongs, I just think there's a good tactical edge for Painting Stones in this race. Other than that, I like Profitability. Profitability is going to have a fitness edge on some of these rivals. He's cutting way back in distance from a route. He's familiar with his track. The biggest problem with Profitability is, in the past, this 5.5 furlong distance. He's more of a 6 furlong or more horse. Although he hits the board at 5.5, he just doesn't win at 5.5 furlongs. And you notice that. This is like a half full, half empty stat. Profitability, and it's like politics. It's no matter what side you can spin it the way you want to. Profitability, 6 times in the money in 7 starts of the distance. You'll say, well, he must like the distance. Uh-oh. He's never been in the top 2 at 5.5 furlongs. It all depends on who you're talking to and how you want to spin it, whether that's good news, bad news. Then again, this is an easy enough field, and he should have enough fitness that he might be able to break through and get that victory at the distance. Like him. Real to Leave, will the blinkers help? I think he needs them to help. I like the move. They're trying something different with Real Aleve because he just doesn't want to win. You watched him a couple times last year. He looks like he's going to be an easy winner, and then he picks up his feet, wants to play around a little bit as they hit the wire. No real excuse last time, except for he just Messi the Magician had everything his own way, and he wasn't going to chase him down. I thought he still ran well, and he could run sharper. We'll see how this move makes. I like the fact that they're trying to change equipment. I think I said that before that this horse might be good to try a different, something different anyway. Maybe adding the hood. We'll see if it helps. I'm going to go with the 7-1-5, and my long shot is going to be the 3. Tap It Easy. That was in the Jeremiah Engelhart barn last year, but if he could keep his numbers, they're trying blinkers on for this horse too. But if he could keep his numbers, he should be right there with these horses. Keep in mind, that's some very, very good breeding for Tap It Easy. Although you don't need to go too easy today, you want to get in there and hammer, hit these pick 4s and pick 5s on this Monday card. You only got 2 days of racing this week, but a good chance to make some money in both days. We got, I think the first race both days are the best. You look at today's first race, you got East Coast Girl, Ola Thable. Allure of Money's a former top horse, former New York Derby winner, is in that first. Tomorrow, well, you got Z End in there, that Queen's Dancer that Dixon has, the Queen's horse that Alpender rides. Queen's over 3s, that's what I was thinking of. What a great first race tomorrow as well. Enjoy the action. The 2 days of live racing tomorrow, first post will be at 12:55, and I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Ola Sabal in Jeremiah's Flores. Scratch the 2. Number 3, Saybrook, Alex Gonzalez, the jockey. Number 4, East Coast Girl and John Barrios. Number 5, Kegs and Kevin Navarro. Number 7 is Fighter Kite and Luis Perez. And already on the backstretch, number 6, Allure of Money and Chris Russell. Post time in a few minutes. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. First race starts the early 50-cent pick 5. Horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on a Monday here at Finger Lakes. We'll be racing Monday and Tuesday this week. Then next week, most likely we'll be picking up the Wednesday. And that'll be our normal racing schedule. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This time of year, first post 12:55 p.m. Loading up in this starter optional claiming race. 3 to 5 on number 4, East Coast Girl. Fighter Kite going up and in. They're all on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Step tardy, Saybrook. It's Ola Sabo and East Coast Girl. These two dash out for the lead. Kegs to the outside of Saybrook for third. Saybrook now up into the third spot. Fighter Kites to the outside of Allure of Money. Allure of Money about 9 lengths off the lead at the tail of the field. Onto the turn. East Coast Girl setting a pressured pace, and the pressure is being applied by Ola Sabo, who's trying to keep position towards the inside in second. Saybrook, White Blinkers third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 4 lengths to Kegs in fourth. Fighter Kites in second last, and 3.5 lengths back to Allure of Money, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. East Coast Girl the first to face us. Ola Sabo is a game fill up the inside. Saybrook is lugging in there ever so slightly. Kegs up the inside fourth. 16th to go. East Coast Girl clings to that lead. Ola Sabo attempting to come back towards the inside. Ola Sabo coming back. Ola Sabo, East Coast Girl, in a photo. Then it was a few more lengths to a three-way photo for third between Kegs, Saybrook, and Fighter Kite. Number 1, Ola Sabo first. Second, number 4, East Coast Girl. Third, number 3, Saybrook. Fourth, number 5, Kegs. 1435. 5 furlongs, 58.33. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Ola Sabo. Kentucky bred, 6-year-old dark brown gelding by Bolt Doro out of Derby Eve. Frank Fumira and Come What May Racing, the ownership. Rachel Sells, the trainer, and Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Career win number 12 for Ola Sabo. Susan Kastner bred this gelding. $10.12, the winning mutual. Exacta, $22.06. Trifecta, $23.21. Dime Super, $8.90. Second race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in about 21 minutes at 1:25 p.m.
What a finish to today's opener with two really good horses. You had the speedy East Coast Girl and Olathable, who's just a win machine. They battled it out to the wire. Olathable was able to come back on the inside to get the victory. Jeremiah's Flores for Rachel Sells. Remember, this horse is up for 2025 Horse of the Year. We'll know those results soon. He's up against Z End, who had a pretty good year last year as well. All right, maiden race that goes the distance of 5 furlongs. A lot of early play on the two. Lord King, who looks like the speed of the speed. Definitely better bred for the turf. One thing you say about Lord King, but this is a much easier spot than what he's been facing. And I think going from 7 furlongs to 5 furlongs with his speed certainly doesn't hurt, as he went 22 and change for a first quarter going the 7 furlongs. He should have no trouble getting the lead against these horses going 5 furlongs. So I'm going to go this one on top, hoping that he can get the lead in here. And I think a lot of the public are supporting Lord King. The 4-horse is no filler, and this one has 2 starts, both times finishing 4th, so just off the board, but making the super. He will go to 5 furlongs, cutting back a little bit from the 3/4. Showed a little speed in those claiming races in New York, but here's a horse that's age 5 with only the 2 starts, one October and one in April. Is well bred. I mean, this is a half to Having a Meltdown, who's a multiple greatest stakes winner as a 2-year-old. So definitely dangerous in this spot. The other one I thought might be a win threat in here would be the 3, Captain Zane. Captain Zane, the first career start, actually ran pretty well. Did break a step slow, as it says in the program, from the outside, and chased and ended up holding the position to be 3rd. Maybe with a better start, he'll be sharper. And second career start could be a factor in this race. Not getting much for early play is this one. Milkshake isn't getting much play either as a first-time starter. Very well bred. The dam's a half to 3 multiple stakes winners. Not sure about the distance, though, for Milkshake coming out of the box against these horses going the short 5 furlongs. Well, a lot of early play on the speed of the speed Lord King. Exacta Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in race number 2.
Horses coming on the track, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Solo Flight with Cabercoa aboard. Number 2, Lord King, Relu Gutierrez. Number 3, Captain Zane and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, No Filter and Andre Worry. Number 5 is Plex, Jose Baez, the jock. And the only first-time starter in the field, number 6, Milkshake and Oscar Gomez. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, 5 furlongs, 1 to 2 on number 2, Lord King. Been racing at Aqueduct in his previous starts. First time at Finger Lakes for Lord King. Captain Zane. No Filter. Plex. Milkshake to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Lord King, who hustles out for the lead. Plex is on the outside. Captain Zane, the gray, splitting rivals up into third, a length and a half off the lead. 2 more lengths back to No Filter, who tracks in fourth. A length and a half to Milkshake, who's out of last. And Solo Flight's now at the back of the pack and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Onto the turn, it's Lord King. The huge favorite has the lead with 3 furlongs to go. The lead's a length and a half, too. Over Plex, who's outside in second. Captain Zane, the gray, towards the inside third. And then it's No Filter, who is in between horses in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Milkshake's in second last, and Solo Flight's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Lord King comes off the turn, leading by 2. Plex 3 wide in second, and then it's No Filter is one paced, as well as Captain Zane. They run to the 16th pole. It's Lord King on top by 3 lengths over Plex. They come down to the winning line. It's Lord King, the gigantic favorite, wins by 3.5. Plex second, No Filter third, Solo Flight fourth. Two, 5, 4, 1. Number 2, Lord King first. In the winner's circle, number 2, Lord King. New York bred 3-year-old bay gelding by King for a Day out of Higher Incentive. Oh, Happy Days Stable. Peter Cologne, the ownership. Luis Gutierrez, the trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Mr. Peter Cologne, the breeder of Lord King. Big favorite. 6 career start, a winning one. Pays $2.14 to win. Double $12.28. Exacta $30.90. Try $14.96. Super $8.62. Third race, Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race starts. A 50-cent pick 4. Post time, race 3 in about 21 minutes at 1:55 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and yeah, the Lord King got pounded at the windows as the speed of the race. I mean, good thing the horse broke okay, because if he breaks badly, he loses. It's that simple. But was able to get the lead and keep going. Ray Lugateras for Lugu bet off the board at odds of 1-9. Guess they like that one. Third race, an allowance race, never won 2 condition, going 5 furlongs. Look at it, Rockin' Money does finish second and third a lot in his 10 starts. He's only had the one maiden victory, still in the 2 lifetime. Runs to his competition, doesn't necessarily win much. He even ran third in the stakes race. Ran good in the stakes race, the Ontario County, and then came back and ran a good second. Well, I thought his last race off the layoff was good. He kind of just ran evenly, probably needed the race, and he catches an easier group today. It's just a matter of being in range and having enough speed to be out there with the early pace setters. And without any real good speed in here, I think he will be right there with the early pace forwardly placed. The 4 is D-O-double-G. D-O-double-G broke his main for 12.5. Tried winners for the first time here and came in with a fitness edge because he had just broke his maiden in March at Charlestown going short. And I thought ran very well. He almost pulled off the upset as Frickin' Frack was a heavy, heavy favorite. He got the lead, held it for a while before finally giving up late, still held on to be second. So if he can move forward for any reason from that race, he should be tough. Again, he could probably get the lead with those fractions that he set last time, or at least be with the early pace with Savage State and maybe Rockin' Money. Definitely dangerous in this spot and any improvement. The 3 is Savage State. Savage State has some speed as well. When he broke his maiden, he did it quite easily against 2-year-olds and then tried the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes and ran a good third. So his race off the layoff wasn't terrible. It was the same race that Rockin' Money comes out of. Yeah, he may have needed the race. That was first time against older horses as a 3-year-old. I could see some further improvement from Savage State. Would want a better price than the 3-1 morning line. Right now at 9-2, 5-1 would be a good price for Savage State. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3, and the Pick 4 starts in race number 3.
On the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes, there's number 1 Magic Beach and Joel Cruz. Number 2 is Rockin' Money and Cabercoa. Number 3, Savage State, Chris Russell. Number 4 is D-O-double-G, Jackie Davis. Number 5 is Lucero Non Uro. And John Barrios. And number 6, Montauk Memoirs. Jeremias Flores aboard. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time at about 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Third race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, 5 furlongs. Allowance race non-winners of 2, 3 to 2 on number 2, Rockin' Money. 2 to 1, number 1, Magic Beach. Savage State going up. D-O-double-G. 2 more left to load. Lucero Non Uro. And Montauk Memoirs. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's D-O-double-G who's sprinting out for the lead. Magic Beach up the inside. These two together is one. Rockin' Money right behind the speed in third. 3 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths Savage State in fourth. A similar margin to Montauk Memoirs deep on the course in second last. And Lucero Non Uro is at the back of the pack. It's Magic Beach who gets the front end. Has a lead by 3 parts of a length with 3 furlongs to go. D-O-double-G stalks outside second. Rockin' Money now glides up to the outside third. Now up into a joint second, a length and a half off the lead. Savage State's in fourth and 4 off the lead. Montauk Memoirs another length and a half behind that one as they turn into the stretch. Magic Beach shaking up on the front end. D-O-double-G. Rockin' Money's on the outside. Savage State has inside passage if good enough. 4 across the track, 1 furlong to go. It's Rockin' Money and Savage State who kick on with it. Third place, Magic Beach. Deep stretch. Rockin' Money, Savage State, Rockin' Money. Photo finish. Too close to call. Head bobber at the end between Rockin' Money and Savage State in the third from Finger Lakes. Number 3, Savage State first. Second, number 2, Rockin' Money. Third, number 1, Magic Beach. Fourth, number 6, Montauk Memoirs. 5 furlongs, 59.48. To the winner's circle, number 3, Savage State. New York bred, 3-year-old Big Gelding by Silver State on a Jungle Tail. Gold Bear Farm and Jacqueline Falk, the owners. Jacqueline Falk, the trainer. Chris Russell, the winning jockey. Tuscany Bloodstock and SF Bloodstock bred Savage State. $16 the winning mutual, third race official. Double, $19.64. Exacta, $26.54. 50-cent try, $19.05. Dime Super, $9.13. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Coach Patino. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time for race number 4 in about 21 minutes at 2:25 p.m. A reminder that Finger Lakes is racing today and tomorrow. No racing on Wednesday this week. And Wednesday for next week is up in the air. We'll give you an update whenever that information becomes available. 21 minutes to race 4 from Finger Lakes.
All right, we're getting ready for the late pick 5 with race number 4, and good finish to the third. That was Chris Russell. With a few mounts he gets, he wins at a pretty good percentage. He was able to come up the inside. Rockin' Money saw him late, came over to him and hung a little bit as Savage State was able to get the victory. Hard to tell. It was really too tough to call when they hit the wire together. But it was Chris Russell for Jacqueline Falk. Get the better of the price. The horse went off at odds of 7-1. All right, fourth race, a maiden race. So we do scratch Coach Patino out of the fourth. I think he's with St. John's now. Look at some of the contenders in here. There's a first-time start, actually 2 first-time starters in this race. The 5 Propitious, sent in by Clement, who's got a very good percentage. Very well-bred horse. The Damn Match Made in Heaven had only 5 starts in her career. She had 3 victories. All of the 3 victories that she had were in stakes races. So very well-bred on the Damn side especially. The half to this one, Timeless Journey, was a multiple stakes winner, although those wins were going long. Doesn't have to be much in this spot. I think Propitious is the one I took on top. Not a lot of speed in this race, though. See how this horse is coming out of the gate. The one horse is Rideshare. Woke up a little bit, first start as a 3-year-old after showing absolutely nothing as a 2-year-old, but only lost by a couple lengths in a pretty decent restricted 3-year-old maiden field. Technically, this would be considered going in against tougher when you're going against 3-and-up maidens, but looking at it, 3 of the 5 horses are 3-year-olds, so it isn't really a step up for Rideshare, and if he repeats his last performance, figures to be right there. The 6 is Gallant Creek, a Maryland bred who arrives from Charlestown, was running against maiden claimers but tried the special weights down there last time and ran a very respectable third, going the 4.5 furlong distance. He's had a lot of chances, but he's also shown a good enough speed from the outside here that could be beneficial going 5 furlongs because there doesn't seem to be, at least on paper, a lot of speed in here. That Gallant Creek should be out there forwardly placed early and should be a factor in race number 4. So we start the late pick 5. Again, we scratch the 4, Coach Patino, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available here.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Coach Patino. Number 1 is Rideshare. And Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Wisecracker, Joel Cruz. Number 3, Royal Zorro and Jackie Davis. Number 5 is Propitious and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Gallant Creek, Caber Koa in the irons. Fourth race starts late, 50-cent pick 5. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go 5 furlongs, 4 to 5, number 5, Propitious. Wisecracker, Royal Zorro, Propitious, Gallant Creek will be the last to load up. Propitious going in, Gallant Creek. And the red and yellow silks worn by Koa. To the outside stall. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Not the best star in the world for Propitious, who's last. It's Rideshare who kicks on through towards the inside to get that early lead. Gallant Creek to the outside of Wisecracker for second. A space of about 6 lengths to Propitious, who's on the move out of last. And then about 7 lengths to Royal Zorro, who's at the tail of the field. Rideshare into the turn has a lead by a half length over Gallant Creek, who comes to contest outside second. Wisecracker, Nigglipod in third. 3 lengths back to Propitious in fourth. And one way at the back here, basically out of the race, is Royal Zorro, might be pulled up. As they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Rideshare who cuts the corner, comes off the turn, leading by a length. Gallant Creek's on the outside second. Wisecracker third. Propitious Grandstand side in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Rideshare continues to find on the front end. The lead's 2 lengths over Gallant Creek in second. Then it's Wisecracker and Propitious. They run down to the finish. It's Rideshare victorious over Gallant Creek. Propitious third. Wisecracker fourth. One 652, number 1 Rideshare first. 5 furlongs, 59.85. In the winner's circle, number 1, Ride Share New York bred, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Vekoma out of Purpose of Life. Windy Leaf Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Windy Leaf Farm New York LLC bred Ride Share. Second choice at 5-2, Ride Share. Gets his picture taken in race 4 from Finger Lakes, 5 furlongs and 59.85. $7 the winning mutual. Daily double, $68.76. Exacta, $33.88. Trifecta, $28.40. Dime super, $7.59. 50-cent pick 3, $19.71. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 2, Renaissance Man is a colt. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time race 5 in about 18 minutes at 2:52 p.m.
All right, fifth race is a maiden race. This is the bottom maidens of 5,000. After a good effort by Rideshare, he seems to be a better 3-year-old than he was a 2-year-old, and looked good in victory. I think that's was that Kevin's first win of the season. He got the victory for trainer John Buckley. Congratulations to them. All right, let's look at this maiden race. Always these bottom maidens can be fun and tricky. No real standouts here. There's a big drop down in the 3, Hoyty Maroney. That's not the reason that I like the horse. The reason I like the horse is that he looks like the speed of the race because it is only 5 furlongs. There doesn't seem to be a ton of pace in here, and he just showed some pace going 4.5 against the maiden special weights and hung in there for a while. Today, he drops to 5,000, looks to be the main speed of this race. No excuses today for Hoyty Maroney. If you're looking for some other rivals that may give him some competition, the tricky one is the 6, Runaway Roscoe. Runaway Roscoe will get Lasix today, and he'll drop in class as well. He's running against restricted 3 25,000s in New York, and now he'll drop all the way to the bottom facing these 5,000s. Now, he hasn't have, even though he's facing tougher, he doesn't have the best of form. I think he's beaten 2 horses in 3 starts. But this is some serious class relief for Runaway Roscoe. He's a foal to a horse that did well, but mostly Roscoe Pine did all his damage on the turf and synthetic. So I don't know if this one's so much of a dirt horse, but against these, it may not matter. Joji 23 is an interesting one. I liked him last time, and I don't really have an excuse for him. Yes, he did stumble a little bit at the start, but he was in good position despite that bad start, just kind of following 2 horses that were dueling on the lead. He was right behind him and just never really made a move. Now, it is possible he needed the race over the track. He was dropping a 5 last time, and he gets the rail position again, so he needs to have a little better start and be right behind Hoyty Maroney, and maybe could chase that one down. There's a chance he could improve second start over the track, and he does have to break better. His last 2 starts, one of the things that's been an issue is he hasn't broke all that well, but I don't know if it cost him last time. Looked like he was in position to win that race and just never really made a move. Looking for some other ones, you got the 6, Midnight Masoom, who, there's 2 in here for Rachel Sells. Michael Davila is riding Minister of Magic, who makes his first start as a 3-year-old. But Midnight Masoom wasn't that badly beaten last time in a race won by Swedish Candy. It was right behind Joe G23 in that race, and it wasn't like the other one got the better of it or he got the better of him. He was part of that speed duel early and just got passed at the wire barely by Joe G23. So if you like the 1, it wasn't like the 8 ran that much worse than the 1 did in that race. So another one to consider in race number 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 4 starts to the 5th. You got about 6 minutes to post.
horses are coming on the track. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Joe G23 and Caber Koa. Number 2, Renaissance Man and John Barrios. Number 3, Hoyty Moroni, Jackie Davis aboard. Number 4 is A Bit Raggedy and Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Minister of Magic, Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Runaway Roscoe and Andre Worry. Number 7, Honor for Mandan, J.M. Rohina. Number 8, Midnight Musame, Emmanuel De Diego. And rounding out the field, number 9, Chicago Charlie and Nasario Alvarado. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go 5 furlongs, made in claimers. 6 to 5, number 3, Hoity Moroni. A bit raggedy. Minister of Magic. Runaway Roscoe. Honor for Mandan. Midnight Musume. And Chicago Charlie. Still 6 to 5 on Hoity Moroni. 3 to 1 Joe G 23. Chicago Charlie going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Sluggish start, Minister of Magic. Hoity Moroni goes out for the lead and opens up by a couple of lengths. Over Midnight Musume on the far outside. Here's Runaway Roscoe splitting rivals up into second. Honor for Mandan races in fourth. A bit raggedy's fifth. Chicago Charlie on the extreme outside in sixth. Joe G 23 had the check and lost a few lengths in seventh. A length back to Renaissance Man in eighth, and about 12 lengths off the lead and a half length to Minister of Magic, who's at the back of the pack. Hoity Moroni has built up a 7-length cushion with a quarter of a mile left to travel. Then we got a line of 4. Midnight Musume, one from the outside. Chicago Charlie grandstand side. Runaway Roscoe in the black cap in the 2-path, but many lengths behind the leader, and that leader is Hoity Moroni. Hoity Moroni at the 16th pole has a 9 or 10 length lead. The battle for the balance. Honor for Mandan to the outside of Runaway Roscoe. Runaway Roscoe second, but an easy winner, Hoity Moroni. Runaway Roscoe gets second. Honor for Mandan third. Fourth, Midnight Musume. Three, 6, 7, 8. Number 3, Hoity Moroni, the big favorite first. 5 furlongs, 59.44. To the winner's circle, number 3, Hoity Maroney, New York bred, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Majestic City out of Mistled. Bloom Racing Stable owns, Soft Ronan trains, Jackie Davis the winning jockey, Bloom Racing Stable bred, Hoity Maroney. $2.74 the winning mutual. Double $16.60, exacta $25.22. Trifecta $44.44. Dime Super $84.02. Pick 3 $39.88. Pick 5 5 of 5 $197.62. 6 race Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 6 in 20 minutes at 3:23 p.m. Another reminder for our racing fans that we'll be racing tomorrow, Tuesday. First post at 12:55 p.m. No racing this week on Wednesday. And still up for grabs, if you will, for next week if we race on Wednesday. We'll keep you posted as best we can. But we are racing tomorrow, first post at 12:55 p.m. Still got 3 races to go on the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. Had a claim fifth race in the one Joe G23 in a two-way shake. New owner trainer Victor Dean III. Victor Dean III claimed the one Joe G23 in a two-way shake.
All right, 10 minutes to post for race number 6, and drop in class plus the lack of pace and being the main speed combination of the two made Hoyty Maroney awfully tough to catch in there. And Jackie Davis, my former co-host, guided that one to the easy victory for Asaf Aronin to start off the late pick 4. No speed like lone speed. Never won 3 claimers, a 6 going a distance of 5 furlongs. A little more pace in here between Henry's Hope and Scales of Gold, who figured to be the 2 speeds in this race. Henry's Hope probably needing his last race. He got the race over the track. It was for a waiver claim of finishing 4th in that race at 4.5. He'll be back in for his second waiver claim for this race. But he got mixed up. There's a bunch of them going for the lead in that race, and he got caught in between horses. And Saratoga Banker and Back to Reality were pretty good in that condition, and he hung in there with them for a while. Today he's inside of Scales of Gold. The Scales of Gold figures to be the speed from the outside. That see if he can hold the rail, or at least stay close with that one to put him away. The 3-horse is Tapizar's Temper. The interesting thing about this one is he's another one that drops in class. Perez gets off Messy the Magician to ride here. So there's a lot to like on Tapizar's Temper. I think the only issue is the distance. He's cutting way back in distance to 5 furlongs, so he's going to have a lot of work to do in order to catch these horses late. But from a fitness standpoint and from a class standpoint, he certainly fits here. And if it was 6 furlongs, probably would like this horse a lot. 6 furlongs or longer. Again, Scales of Gold won off the layoff last year, getting to the front end, and it was at 4.5 furlongs from a layoff from September to May. So even less of a layoff this year from November to May. And he doesn't have the quick works he had last year, but he's got good early speed, and which is ideal for the distance. Not getting much play at 8-1, but you'd love this horse if Henry's Hope's not in the race. Messy the Magician's the 2. He kind of took advantage of a situation. He dropped in class last time, and he had the rail in a race that just had no speed. Louis Perez did a good job of just holding the rail and getting to the lead. It didn't take much to get to the lead in a paceless field, and he was just a little too classy for the 2 Lifetime field. Tougher move to the 3 Lifetime for Messy the Magician, and the pace scenario obviously a lot different. Don't know if he could get the lead over Henry's Hope and Scales of Gold, but he'll be close up throughout. That's some of the contenders for the 6 Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in here.
horse coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes, leading the post parade number 1, Night Missio, with Andre Worry. Number 2, Messi, the Magician, and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3, Tapazar's Temper, and Luis Perez. Number 4 is Henry's Hope, Oscar Gomez, the jock. Number 5, It's Not Over Yet, Alex Gonzalez. Number 6, Old Nelson, Nazario Alvarado in the irons. And last but not least, number 7, Scales of Gold, Emmanuel de Diego. Post time race 6 in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 5 furlongs, 6 to 5, number 4, Henry's Hope. It's not over yet. Old Nelson and Scales of Gold. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Scales of Gold. It's not over yet. Sending out for the lead. Here's Henry's Hope from 6 up into 3rd. Now contending for the top spot. Night Missio in a tight spot towards the inside. In 4th. Now up into a joint 3rd. 5th place belongs to Messi the Magician. Is the inside of Old Nelson. And 3 lengths back to Tapazar's Temper, who brings up the rear. 3 furlongs to go. Henry's Hope, Scales of Gold. These two hook up on the front end. First quarter mile drilled in 22 seconds. Night Missio has had a decent trip so far. Will now split rivals, and that trip went from decent to bad in just a few strides. Now Night Missio angles to the inside as they reach the top of the stretch. Henry's Hope has the lead. Night Missio, though, gets through towards the rail, and Night Missio overhauls Henry's Hope with 1 furlong to go. Here come the closers. Tapazar's Temper's on the outside with It's Not Over Yet, 16th to go. Night Missio striking the front, has the lead by a length, but here's Tapazar's Temper, surging late. Tapazar's Temper collars Night Missio for the win. It's Not Over Yet, 3rd, 4th, Scales of Gold. Three, 1, 5, 7. Number 3, Tapazar's Temper first. 5 furlongs at midpoint, 1, 2. To the winner's circle, number 3, Tapazar's Temper. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Cloud Computing out of Infinite Grace. Thomas Kolschowski, the owner. Rachel Sells, the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Reese Racing bred Tapazar's Temper. 2 wins in the card for trainer Rachel Sells. $12.46, the winning mutual, 6 race official. Double $19.64, exacta $60.54, trifecta $127.29, super $137.11. Pick 4 of 4, $216.67. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Moongate, and the 3, Juliana's Dream. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Late daily double wagering. Post time, race 7 in about 24 minutes at 3:57 p.m.
We got about 14 minutes to post for race number 7. And yeah, the question was the distance and making up the ground for a horse like Tapizar's Temper. The horse came rolling late with It's Not Over Yet was the other one that was trying to close late with Alex Gonzalez, who just joined our jockey colony. But Louis Perez guides this one to victory. Was looking pretty good for Night Missimo there. I mean, Night Missimo made a move up the inside and actually opened up the lead. Maybe that little bit of a check right on the turn affected Night Missimo enough to cost him the race, because Tapizar's Temper caught him late, and that one will start off the late pick 3. Okay, scratch the 1, Moongate, and the 3, Juliana's Dream out of race number 7. Look at some of the horses getting better. No surprise the 6, Bellicose, is going to get some play. He's been off since August, but if you notice, there's only one horse in the whole field that's run in 2026. Mio Nipotina, coming off a win against the 2 lifetime allowance horses, actually moving up in class kind of from New York. They just backed up to her. I don't know if that's going to be the same case today. If Nipotina can do it again, she actually gets a little more distance, 5 furlongs. But I'm not sure if they're going to get tired like they did last time. I think it was a case of going too fast and horses just not being fit. Well, with that said, everybody else is off some kind of layoff, so it doesn't look too bad for Bellicose in that sense, being off since August. There's a bunch of them coming off layoffs, and this horse has got a class edge. I mean, she looked good breaking her maiden at Saratoga. She won against Statebreds. Obviously, way outclassed and misplaced in the Spinaway Stakes in a Grade 1 off of that effort. But tried New York Breds the next race, wasn't that badly beaten. Obviously, she was well meant as a 2-year-old. And then only 2 starts last year as a 3-year-old. Of course, one of them was off the layoff with a victory. It cost $82,000 a yearling. Horse is well bred, out of a dam by Uncle Mo. She would be no surprise, but there are some question marks with only that 1 start since June and only 2 starts last year. The 5, Eddie Marie, very consistent horse since arriving at Finger Lakes. Well, lost the rider in the first start, but has been no worse than second in her other 4 starts here at Finger Lakes, including just missing in her last start here in November, where the winner came back to win her next start. So she's very playable here. You got good connections. Buckley and Navarro already won a race earlier today. If she runs her race, she figures to be right there. Thought the other horse in here might be a little bit of a long shot. The 2, Valentine Gift, coming from New York, was claimed for 17.5. It's not badly beaten. She comes out of a good race for 17.5, where the top 3 finishers all came back to win in that race in October. Obviously, she's off a break. She's got good works for the return. Could be any kind. She's certainly classy enough and good enough to be competitive, but another one with that big question mark of how are these horses going to run coming off the layoff, especially when you only got me and Nipotina, the only one that has run this season. So those are some of the horses getting some action. Looks like a lot of the early play going on the classy Bellicose in race number 7. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered. Scratch the 1 and the 3.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. 7th race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1 Moongate and number 3 Juliana's Dream. Number 2 Valentine Gift leads the post parade with Michael Davila Jr. Number 4 is Mia Nipotina, Luis Perez. Number 5, Eddie Marie, Kevin Navarro, the jockey. Current favorite, number 6, Bellicose, with Andre Worry. Number 7, Shaman Princess, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 8, Call Me Penny, Oscar Gomez, the riding assignment. Post time at approximately 4 minutes. 2 minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares, an allowance race non-winners of 3 to go 5 furlongs. 4 to 5, number 6, Bellicose. 2 to 1, number 5, Eddie Marie. Shaman Princess and Call Me Penny. They're all in the gates. Riders off Bellicose. Starters back behind the gate. Be a little bit of a delay here. late scratch. Scratch number 6, Bellicose. Number 6, Bellicose is a late scratch. Got injured in the gate. And on advice of the track vet and by order of the stewards, scratch number 6, Bellicose. There'll be a short delay. Loading up once again, Mia Nipotina. Eddie Marie, current favorite at 1-2, 3-1 on number 7, Shaman Princess. Eddie Marie going up. Shaman Princess. And Call Me Penny. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Call Me Penny sending out for the lead. Shaman Princess flashing early speed. And Eddie Marie is at the fence up into second. Third place now is Call Me Penny, a gap of 3.5 lengths to Valentine Gift, who's 2 lengths in front. Mia Nipotina, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn. Shaman Princess has a lead by 1.5 lengths over Call Me Penny outside in second. Eddie Marie needs a little bit of racing room in third. 2 lengths off the lead. Niggled upon to keep up, and she's doing so at this point in time. Valentine Gift is on the outside in fourth and 3 lengths back to the trailer, Mia Nipotina, as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Shaman Princess, the one to catch, comes off the turn by 1.5 lengths. Eddie Marie trying to switch leads on the outside second. Valentine Gift on the grandstand side in third as they run to the 16th pole. Shaman Princess digs in. Eddie Marie, the favorite, to the outside. Eddie Marie, Shaman Princess. It's Eddie Marie. Eddie Marie prevails over Shaman Princess. Close for third, maybe Mia Nipotina over Valentine Gift. Five, 7, and a photo for third. Number 5, Eddie Marie first. You are reminded there was a late scratch in the 7th race of number 6, Bellicose. 5 furlongs timed in 59.71. Third, number 4, Mia Nipotina. Fourth, number 2, Valentine Gift. 5, 7, 4, 2. Late scratch in the 7th of number 6, Bellicose. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Eddie Marie. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Solomini out of Lady Constance. Tradewinds Farm owns, Jonathan Buckley trains, Kevin Navarro the winning jockey. Tradewinds Farm bred Eddie Marie. 2 wins in the card for trainer Jonathan Buckley and jockey Kevin Navarro. 330 the winning mutual. Regular double 29.30, consolation double 3.6, 10.60. Exacted $9.32. Try $6.87. Dime super $1.36. 8th and final from Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Addison's Dream. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 18 minutes at 4:29 p.m.
are getting ready to conclude this Monday card. Just a reminder, only 2 days of racing this week. We're running tomorrow with a 12:55 first post, and then we're off until Monday. Pretty good racing today. We had some close finishes. That one, not so much. Well, it was. Eddie Marie made it interesting. Looked like she was going to win by a lot, but yeah, she backed off of the pace of Shaman Princess and had to get her again. And Raylu was doing a little race riding late. Came out a little bit and made it difficult for Kevin to get by with Eddie Marie. But that's 2 on the day for Navarro and John Buckley. And if you did have the late scratch, Bellicose, you would have gotten the post-time favorite if you played him in the pick 4 or the pick 5, which turned out to be Eddie Marie. Scratch the 4, Addison's Dream. We're going to go a long distance of 5.5 furlongs. You're so used to the 4.5 and 5. We did have that 6 furlong race the other day. But look at the main contenders here. You got Painting Stones. Looks to be the speed of the race. Takes a big drop in class for the 2026 debut. I don't know if that's a positive or a negative, but maybe more of a negative. In fact, it's taken a double class drop all the way to the bottom. But I think it does get a little extra help with the scratch of Addison's Dream. That one did possess a little bit of early speed and not really a lot of other speed in here. Maybe Real Aleve has some speed and does add blinkers for this race. So maybe that could be the one to keep him a little bit honest early. But it does seem like it's Painting Stone's race to lose on the front end. And if he doesn't come up short off the layoff, he might really prove tough to catch in race number 8. He is the one they have to catch in here. But the main threat was the one, Profitability. Profitability comes back here. A lot of seconds and thirds for Profitability. That would be the only issue. He's 1 for 34 in his career with 6 seconds and 7 thirds. And I don't know if you want to look at this as a positive or negative. The record at the distance has not been in the top 2 in 7 starts of the distance, but has been third 6 times. So he's hit the board 6 out of 7 at the distance, but's never won. This is one of the easiest fields he's faced. He's got a fitness edge, cutting back in distance. I think he's got a good chance to win here. He's at odds of 7-2. Real Aleve would be the next threat, I would think, because he just doesn't want to win, but maybe the blinkers will help. You see a lot of his races last year, he looked like the winner coming down the stretch and then just hung badly. Came into the season with a nice bullet work leading up to that last race. Didn't have a great trip, got caught chasing, but did his usual just hang around type trip and ended up third. So, maybe the equipment change could be good for Real Aleve by adding blinkers today and could make the difference. Either way, hard not to use in exactas and trifectas in a spot like this one. Exacta Tri Super offered in race number 8. Again, we scratch the 4 as a stream, and we'll see you tomorrow for the 12:55 first post Tuesday card.
Horses coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4. There's the 1 Profitability and Jewel Cruise. Number 2 is Swedish Candy and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Tap It Easy, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Rio Oleve, Nazario Alvarado. Number 6, Redoubtable Ripken and Jackie Davis. Number 7, Painting Stones, Jeremias Flores. Number 8, Support the Cat and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Another reminder, we'll be racing tomorrow here at Finger Lakes, first post 12:55 p.m. No racing this Wednesday. No racing this Wednesday. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race 8, 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 5.5, 4 to 5, number 7, Painting Stones. Five to 2 on number 1, Profitability. Now 3 to 1 on him, 2 to 1 on Rio Aleve, the 5, and 6 to 5, Painting Stones. Tap it easy into line. Redoubtable Ripken. Painting Stones. And Support the Cat. Support the Cat to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Painting Stones streaking out for the front end. Tap it easy up into second. Followed up by Rio Aleve racing third. Profitability towards the inside fourth. Support the Cat far outside fifth. 6.5, 7 off the lead. Then towards his inside is Swedish Candy. And at the back, Redoubtable Ripken spots the leader about 10 lengths. Dueling leaders on the front end as they make the entry into the turn. Painting Stones to the outside of Tap It Easy. They're clear by 3. Rio Aleve nudged to punt in third. Profitability sent through towards the inside in fourth. A gap of about 5 lengths back to Swedish Candy in fifth. Then it's Support the Cat outside of him and 2 lengths to the trailer. Redoubtable Ripken as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Painting Stones who gets the better of Tap It Easy at this point in time. It's Profitability bearing down the outside, and Profitability is about 2 lengths off the lead, and Profitability will attempt to run down Painting Stones. Painting Stones tries to fend off Profitability, but it's Profitability who wrestles that lead away from Painting Stones. Profitability and Joel Cruz in a nightcap here at Finger Lakes. Painting Stones second. Redoubtable Ripken from last to get third. Tap It Easy fourth. 1763. Number 1 Profitability first. Profitability back to the winner's circle. New York bred 5-year-old Great Gelding by Mission Impassable. Out of Vicky T. and Anthony Ferrero, owner-trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Wendy Lee Farm, New York LLC, bred Profitability. $7.96, the winning mutual. Double $12.46. Exacta $11.96. Trifecta $12.19. Dime Super $13.42. Pick 3 $19.28. That's the regular pick 3. Consolation pick 3 3, 6, and 1 $9.53. Pick 4 $25.27. Pick 5 5 of 5 $156.07. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday, first post, 12:55 p.m. Eastern. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.